Hey guys, this is Tom, and welcome to another day of Back to the Babe. And now you're thinking with jumps. That's right. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing fantastic. That's right. We are 13 and a half hours in Back to the Babe, and we just made it to the portal area. That's right. And we got a prediction up and running. Get to that in just a second. But how's everybody doing today? That's right. We got a free wheel spin for the Adrenaline Dragon. So let's do that and get that out of the way. Boop. Oh! It almost landed on prediction, but we already have a prediction up and running. So, you get a posture check. And the way you do this is you go into the VTuber and then look up, look down, reset. Going all in on no, prove me wrong, says Adrenaline Dragon. Well, yeah, that's right. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories by the 14-hour mark? That's only a half an hour to get through the area. All right. So if you got your flesh ready, let's get going. So this ends up not being the thumbnail. And let's get thinking with portals. With jumps, I should say. Alright, got to turn the music on, so let's do that. Alright, so we left off Aperture Laboratories, and it's just like the portal area. You have up in here the very first room in Portal 2, the suspended animation kennel room. You have a turret defensive. You have a turret thing over there. And then you pretty much have the whole Aperture Laboratory background area. So yeah. And Portal is one of my favorite games, and this is probably my favorite area. Probably will be my favorite area of the map. Simply because, you know, it's Portal. Okay. There are a few dangerous spots, it looks like. Let's see, I'm not sure what these things are. I guess they're like security cameras. Got a widescreen TV over there. And then let's see, how's this done? Guess I can do that. Hoi. Oh. Oh. Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, that's the danger spot. That's the danger spot. Hoi. Yeah, that's where I can fall out of the portal area. And lovely. Don't you love to see this? I know, right? You know, I was thinking, and that's why I knew he wouldn't get past it in 30 minutes. You know, I was wondering if this would be the stream I would get done with Back to the Babe. Well, I think your prediction is correct from before. Best case scenario would be seeing the tower. Oh. And remember, that's a full. That's a full. Uh-oh. That's fine. Well, we're off to quite a start, aren't we? Of course, the first time I make it through the dangerous area, I fall. Yeah, it's like I'm seeing that screen and it's like, oh, I should be careful not to. This area is probably what inspired Cloudtops and Babe of the Heavens. Can't remember which came out first. Fine. So yeah, we're gonna go for a little bit tonight, not too long. too long, I should say. Alright, back to the dinosaur jump. Hoi! By the way, I stole top fucker in Ferg's stream last night. So if I can hang on to the end of the month, I will make Ferg play Jump King. And the other plus, it's on sale right now. At least for me. Oh. I don't know why I thought a full jump left would work. Here we go. You still got time to place your bets. Will I make it past the portal area by the 14-hour mark? Here we go. Well, the doubters are loving that, I can tell you that much. How much worse of a start can you have to start a stream? If you get past that screen, you can't fall out of the portal area. Here we go. Well, we hit rock bottom. Aren't you happy? Aren't you glad? I know, right? By the way, we do have a sub goal for this month only. And tonight's the last night we can do it. 88 subs, and I'll do a Marty McFly cosplay from Back to the Future. Not that there's any obligation to hit it, of course. But, you know, it's just something that's out there. Just for fun. Just for shits and giggles. Yeah, we know that's a full. Yeah, this is like the bog. Isn't it? Alright, come on. And then we go into a unique version of the woods, unlike the one you see in Main Babe, New Babe Plus, and Babe of Ascension. Have I warmed up yet? Oh. Alright, here we go. What? Remember, it's left. So, what's everybody been up to? Oh. Yeah, Portal is one of my favorite games. My brother and I still have yet to do the multiplayer version. Which I don't know when that'll be. What area gives you the most trouble in Back to the Babe right now? Museum or Skies? What? Well, I seem to have a lot of trouble with Skies. And then combine that with the dinosaur jump in the museum. Alright, here we go. Beep, beep. Hoi. Oh. Hoi. Well, we made one screen of progress at the start of the stream. And now we're back here. Oh, 3 screens. Okay. Alright, back in the museum. Hoi. Stakes are high there, just gotta take your time on those jumps on that 4th screen. Oh. Moon Pie Dumplings, welcome on in, says Mario and Sonic kissing. You got that right. Back in the museum. I believe it's the next screen right here. Oh, okay, not this screen, but the one after it. Okay, it'd help if I stand back a little bit. You still got some time to place your bets. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories by the 14-hour mark? Hoi. Yep, there's Mario and Sonic kissing. And Rudy would be like, whoa! Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Thank goodness. Now you know what we gotta get past. Oh. Alright. Hoi. Please make it past the dinosaur jump. God damn it. Alright. Yeah. Gotta go this way. Alright. $69.74 chips. I think you're number one in terms of chips. Well, as far as everybody else. You can even dual Nightbot in Streamlabs for chips. What? Seems like as long as I don't fall below the clouds. Yeah, I gotta stay above the dinosaur jump. Point. Here we go. All right. Hoi. Alright, there we go. Any last minute predictions? Any last minute bets? Because it's going to close in like 10 seconds. Oh, now it's closed. Although we're bound to... Well, we might as well end it here right there. Yep. That was a great stream. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories by the 14-hour mark? The answer is no. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, next prediction is up and running. Place your bets. Alright, here we go. Hang on a second. Oh, you closed it by accident. Okay. Alright, we'll just delete that one. Alright, there we go. Now the prediction's open. Two hours to get past. Prove me right. Oh. All right. Yeah, don't forget to vote in the prediction. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories by the 16-hour mark? That's 2 hours from now. Alright, here we go. I can't overshoot that jump. Gotta stay above the dinosaur screen. Alright, here we go. here we go. Hoi! Don't know what I did that for, but hoi! Come on, it's not that hard to get up there. So, what else is new? Other than the fact that we fell from Aperture Laboratories' first 5 minutes of stream. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. If I can stay above the skies, I have a shot of getting past the portal area. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, come on, please. God damn it. I can only imagine what Rudy Veen thinks of that dinosaur, or what he would think. There's still plenty of time. Alright, here we go. Oh, man. It's one of those things where you fall down, and then you're probably not going to get back up for a very long time. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright. What? Alright, back in the museum. Kid named Finger. What? Yeah, probably should have approached that section with care in the portal area. I didn't know you'd fall back to the first screen of the nostalgic room. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, please make it. Thank goodness. We're past that nonsense. For now. Alright, here we go. Hoi! And then remember this jump. And remember this jump. I just barely overshot it. Hoi! Of course, I slid right through. area gives you more trouble, the museum or the skies? If I can only stay above the skies, that would help. But yeah, the dinosaur jump is a pain in the ass. I will say that. Hoi! This is probably where I've spent most of my time. Is in the museum and the skies. Hoi! Hoi! Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Are you surprised I fell or not? Yeah, this might end up being a stream where we might not get back up. Oh, man. Aren't you glad we stopped there at the end of the last stream? Because then we would have spent who knows how long trying to get back. Alright, back in the museum. Hoi! And yeah, don't forget about the prediction. You can still place your bets. You can still burn some rotten flesh. 3,000 points on yes. No customers on no. What? Alright, back in the museum. Put. And don't forget about today's question of the day. What's something you're grateful for today? Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, it's not that hard. Alright, hoi! Can I please make it past this jump? Motherfucker. Alright. Well, I was hoping I'd, you know. Okay. Alright. Well, we're just about time to take our first break. So, you know what that means. Hoi! Go ahead, get up. We'll pause it at 14:20 exactly. Go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. So please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And I will see you on the other side. All right, there we go. Alright, guys, we are back. So, got about less than a minute left to place your bets for the prediction. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories by the 16-hour mark? Get those bets in. Right now, there's no customers on no, but you gotta place your bets real quick because you got less than 30 seconds. And don't forget, stream delay is a thing. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, prediction has closed, so if you didn't get your bets in, too late. Alright, here we go. Remember this jump. Okay, that jump appears to be a little less than what we have been aiming for. Hoi. Please. Please. Alright, thank goodness. Yeah, this is that's a neat skip, by the way. Makes the cloud section a tiny bit easier. Alright, here we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, remember. Alright, we can make it out of the clouds. Or not. Yeah, getting back there is a pain, I'll tell you that much. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright. Come on, baby. You can do it. Alright, here we go. I don't know what I did that for, but alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness. Alright, luckily though we landed right there. Gotta watch out for that jump and be careful not to overshoot it. Alright, this jump's not hard. You can do it. Alright, here we go. Alright, we made it back to Event Horizon. And then we just gotta be careful of this jump. God damn it. Still have 90 minutes to do it. Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, baby. remember this jump? Alright, here we go. And that's what I get for just barely overshooting that jump. Hoi. Right. That's the worst jump in the map. It is true. Even I still screw up the dinosaur jump. Says AD. Alright, here we go. Alright. Hoi. Alright. Alright. Hoi. Yeah, only 2 frames for that jump where it can work. And it's basically a 50-50 whether or not you'll make it. Most jumps are 3 to 5 frames. Dinosaur jump, I think, is the only 2-frame jump in the whole map. Really? Hoi. Which is why if we can stay above it, we have a chance. Alright, hoi, hoi. Come on. Can't let the believers down. can't let the believers down. I know we got time still. Alright, here we go. Oh. All right. All right, here we go. Alright, come on, baby. Hoi! Come on, baby. Hoi. Alright. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Oh, man. You know, there's just something about... Hoi. Right. Make it past this jump, please. God damn it. You know, there's something about the tune of this area, the museum, that just makes it sound so depressing, you know? Failing dinosaur jump, rather. Failing dinosaur jump counter when? Alright, here we go. Put. That was a joke. It's a really, really annoying jump. Damn right it is. Damn right. Alright, back to the woods. Come on, baby. You know we can get back there. What? Okay, I was lucky I landed right there. What? All right, here we go. All right. Play. When you get back to PB's screen, take your time and practice your jumps. Stakes are very high on that screen. Yeah, who would have thought? It's like, oh, where am I? Like, oh no, I'm back. Oh, man. The other thing I was going to say about this area is there's something about the soundtrack of this area that makes it sound so depressing. know what. Gold Knight X, welcome on in, says you got this. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, come on, baby. Alright. We're back. Gotta be... Yep. Alright, here we go. And that's right, don't forget about your prime. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Alright, hoi. And then sometimes it's better to just jump there, yeah. Alright, here we go. Alright, careful with this jump. There we go. That's fine. All right. Alright, here we go. What was that for? Oh my god. You know, I really hate having to make this dinosaur jump. Because of that right there. And back into the museum where the music is depressing. And makes you wonder. Makes you wonder about all the wrong things in your life. And shit. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, thank goodness we're still alive. Alright, here we go. Yep. All right. Come on, baby. Alright, here we go. Really? How would you know that's another way to fall below the dinosaur screen? One hour to do it. But we know how fast that hour is gonna go by. If I keep fooling around like this, alright, here we go. At least this screen you can't lose any progress. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, back to the skies of Helios. my mortal enemy. Here we go. And then be careful of this jump. Alright, a little bit more. Here we go. Oh, okay, we're fine. Thank goodness. Right, we have a chance to make it out of the clouds. Tiny bit more power for that jump. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness. Except we still got 3 more jumps to get back. Alright. And you gotta be careful right in here because alright, here we go. Yeah, you gotta be careful right in here. Because there aren't really any safe spots in the Nostalgic Rune. Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, it's not that hard. All right. do this. It's a good thing the prediction is for 16 hours and not 15. And then remember, this is a little bit high. Alright, so in case if you didn't miss that, that's basically a medley of all the different areas we've been through. Of all the custom maps available up to the point where this map was released. Yeah, this one is Immortal Babe, and I believe it's... what is it? Is it Crimson Rupture? Alright. This is the part where you gotta be careful. I thought I could walk off from that. Probably the hardest jump on that screen, the wrap one, yeah. Oh. Alright. This map makes me angel thump. Just gotta stay above the skies. Don't forget up. Speaking of Ferg, there's a chance he might play Jump King at the end of next month. Of course, that fate will be determined tomorrow night. And this is what happens whenever you do an SO clip.
Okay, so the enemy's not weak to dagger, but it's what we have to do with, Primrose here. So what we're gonna do is, hey, you just activated my trap card. Fuck you, streamer, for shouting me out.
Yep. Ferg's a funny guy, isn't he? Alright, here we go. Alright, be careful with this screen. Because it is possible to fall back to the skies. With the wrong jump. Alright, here we go. I overshot it. This is where... Well, the stakes are gonna get high. We know that. I think part of that is also recognizing when you have ice below. Oh. Okay, that's the jump that sends you back down here. Alright. And now it's all downhill from here. Are you surprised that happened or not? Man. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, back to the skies of Helios. How quickly can we get back to Nostalgic Rune? Only one way to find out. Alright, hoi! Alright, here we go. Alright, come on. Alright, thank goodness. And that one we can just be careful with. One chance to get back. before we take a social media pit stop. Oh. Come on, baby. Oh. That's all right. Remember. All right. Well, I know I am edging this, but it is time to take a social media pit stop because we're just about to hit an ad. But don't go anywhere because we're going to be doing the take a break, do the daily jumple. And then you won't miss anything because immediately after the daily jumple, we'll keep going in the clouds. All right. So, if you've never seen or heard of the Daily Jumble before, it's sort of like Wordle, sort of like GeoGuessr, where you're trying to guess what screen of what area of what map this could be. And it could be any orientation. It could be upside down. It could be sideways. So, let's look for clues, shall we? All right, so I see this thing here, and I'm trying to think of what area that could be. Perhaps Colossal Dungeon from New Babe Plus, because I do see this thing right here. Okay, it's not New Babe Plus. I'm getting the impression that it could be False King's Keep, so I'm going to go with Main Babe. Okay, now we know it's Ghost the Babe. Now, what area could this be? I feel like this could be the Philosopher's Forest, but I'm not sure. Let's just go Philosopher's Forest. Okay, it's not that. And now we have this thing right in here. Phantom Tower? But then again, it could be any orientation, though. Let's see, what would have something like this in Ghost of the Babe? What about Halted Rune? Okay, there's another clue, and that is this thing right in here. I'm getting the... Let's just do Tower of Atumbra. Fuck it. Okay, it is Tower of Atumbra. Alright, now we gotta guess the screen number. So we have to figure out what screen would have something like this. I'm thinking the third screen. Okay, it's not the third screen. It feels like something I would see higher up, so I'm going to go with screen 4. Okay, it's not screen 4. Let's see. Screen 5? It is screen 5. Yeah, I knew it would be something I would see higher up in the area, but 6 mistakes. The lowest we've ever gotten is 1. But not too bad. Let's go ahead. All right. All right, lock in, baby. All right, here we go. And yeah, don't forget about today's question of the day. What's something you're grateful for today? All right, here we go. All right, here we go. here we go. Come on, baby. You can do it. Just gotta not keep bonking your head on that cloud right there. Oh. All right. Back here. Now don't ferg this up. All right, here we go. Yeah, let's... Of fucking course. That recovery is a bitch. Alright. Let me back up there. Come on. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Okay, remember now. Remember. Okay, thank goodness we're back here. God damn it! Come on, baby. All right, here we go. It's alright. As long as we don't fall back to the dinosaur, we're fine. Here we go. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know if we're gonna make any more progress tonight. What? Alright, here we go. Why did I do that? Why did I think that was gonna work? Come on now. Come on, baby. I gotta get past the dinosaur screen. And I hate this dinosaur jump. Alright, thank goodness. We're still in it. Alright, here we go. Thank goodness. Yeah, that's quite a screen, I will say that much. Come on, baby. Alright. Alright, don't ferg it up now. At least I can appreciate the fact that I end up right there. But still, though. Alright, here we go. And then remember this jump. And this is the jump. Yeah, this is the jump. Yeah, that's the jump that can send you back down into the skies. If you're unlucky. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness. Jump is less than what you think. Okay. At least we were saved. Toughest jump on that screen for sure. That's all right. Okay, needed a little bit more. A little bit more. Alright, here we go. Still have 30 minutes to get past. Alright, come on, baby. Alright. I remember. Alright. Okay. That could have been worse. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Now I just need to not fuck this up. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Alright. Are you fucking kidding me? That screen is a bitch. Okay, I don't know what I just did that for, but... Okay. Come on, baby. One more prediction for tonight. Come on, baby. Alright, here we go. We still got time. Oh, okay, we're fine. Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, baby. Alright, thank goodness we're back. God damn it. Fuck! Alright, come on, baby. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright. Let's not overshoot this jump. Thank you. Alright, back in this nostalgic area. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Point. That's the scary part of that screen. Because you could somehow miss and do something like that. That screen of Nostalgic Ruin is probably the hardest one. The Immortal Babe one? Alright, here we go. Alright. Come on, baby. Come on. You've been here so far, let's make it count. Hate to say it's probably gonna take 2 more streams to finish Back to the Babe now. And don't forget about your daily chips. You get 200 of those bad boys. And those are very useful. Alright, here we go. Best we can expect for today is getting past the portal area. Wonder how many more areas after Portal there are to go. It's probably like 3 more. Alright, here we go. All right. Oh, okay. We're fine. Yeah, we're just... Come on, baby. All right. All right, this is the jump. Yeah, it seems like... Bonkite is just about right. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness. That's always a scary fall, because you never know. You could be unlucky and fall back down into the clouds. Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, baby. You can do it. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the jump you don't want to fail. Because that only spells bad news. Oh. Alright. What do you call a jump you know you can't fail? I don't know why I thought full jumping that would be a good idea. At least I was saved, though. Alright. Now let's not panic. Of course. Alright. Why did I fail that? Was there any reason to fail that jump? Are you fucking kidding me? Why the fuck did I do that? Here we go. Play. Still got 10 more minutes. Play. Basically asking for a Hail Mary at this point. Have to make 0 mistakes from here on out, that's true. Alright, hoi! Thank goodness. Yeah, there's 2 jumps in the Immortal Babe screen that can cause grief. And it's the second jump where falling down the left side can potentially put you back here. That screen is really annoying in Immortal Babe itself. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Oh, okay. That's alright. Alright. Alright, back to Nostalgic Rune. Can we pull Hail Mary? Alright, here we go. Alright, this is the screen. Here we go. Might be just under the bog. How many times have I nailed that jump? Once? Okay, thank goodness. don't want to fall down the left side. Falling down the left side is bad. Alright, come on, baby. Alright. Come on. One more chance. And I know that jump is a lot of power, but you know. Alright, we can't fool around now. I don't know, that might be GG's. Oh, okay. Alright, alright. Okay, come on now. Alright, here we go. Of course, it would help if I can just undershoot that. Or... Alright. Oh, Oh, okay. Yeah, let me at least just get to the most dangerous screen. Well, the doubters win, unfortunately. Although I believe, since Adrenaline Dragon was the only person that bet, if you want your points back, speak now or forever hold your peace. Sure? Alright. Can go ahead and we'll refund that. Give me my points back if there are no other votes from here on out. Okay. I got you. Alright. Well, we're going to have one more prediction up and running. So stay tuned for that. But we are going to take a pit stop. So go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back to you guys in just a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Feel free to play along with chat text still. You get 300 chips if you can guess the word. Stay tuned. All right, guys, we are back. Let's do this. There we go. All right. Prediction is up and running. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories today? You got some time to get your bets in. All right. All right. Looks like we got some more people voting on yes. All right. All right, who's ready? So, you know what that means. All right, here we go. Back to the... I overshot that. I don't know why I did that, or what I did that for, but... Okay. So, what else is new? I certainly hope that's not on your mind. Oh man, will we ever get back to the portal area? Hoi. Yeah, will we ever get back to the portal area? That is the question. I don't know, I think we might be in for a really long night, but we'll see. Hoi. Yeah, who would have thought we would still be down here after 16 hours? The pain. The pain. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Yeah, isn't the music of this area depressing? Makes me think of how my life has turned out. We were off to a good start this year. Things have kind of slowed down a little bit. I guess that's the natural progression of the way of things. Hoi! It could still work out for me, though. Yeah, certainly not a good feeling when your future as you know it is dependent on one small thing. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, here we go. Alright, back over here. Now let's not ferg this up. What did I just say? Alright, here we go. Alright, back to the nostalgic rune. You still have some time to vote. I'll tell you, falling down the left side is not something you'd want to do in that area. Oh, what has it been now? 3 hours? And we still haven't made it back to the portal area. You know what we're in for, chat. Are you fucking kidding me? Hoi! Alright, here we go. Here we go. Oh. Yep, I was looking at chat, and I was looking at the question of the day. What's something you're grateful for today? You still got some time left to get your bets in. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories today? Here we go. Alright, here we go. Oh. Really? Of course I had to fuck that up. Why the fuck did I do that? Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Come on. Don't ferg it up. Don't ferg it up. You hear me? And technically I could go to the right, but that's more dangerous. Alright, back up here. And you got a few minutes left to get your bets in. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories today? We have 4,000 points on yes. No customers on no. I don't know why I decided to do that. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. here we go. Alright. Alright, we're back here. All right. Oh, okay. Alright, here we go. Last chance to get your bets in. You have less than a minute left. Will I get past Aperture Laboratories today? That's the next area, not this one. It's the portal area. Alright, last call. Get those bets in. Really? I hit the slope? Okay, don't panic. Alright, you know what we're doing. Alright, here we go. Fuck. This area is the worst. I'll tell you that much. cloud top, or no, not the cloud tops. I keep getting the two areas confused. Cloud tops and skies of Helios. But the skies is a pain in the ass. The only good news is you can't really fall out of it except on the sides. But there's just so many jumps that you have to make in a row, and you gotta get it right. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Never mind that. Oh. Alright, don't fall below this screen. All right. All right, back to Nostalgic Rune. Yeah, let's not do that again, okay? Are you fucking kidding me? Back at the fucking haunted museum. You know what makes it haunted? Is that full moon right there. Come on, man. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Hoi. Alright, come on, baby. Hoi! Hoi! Kid named Finger. Hoi! Of course, the 6-7 Pokemon card. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi! I know I'm not talking much, I'm just trying to focus on getting back. And it's a pain in the ass, 'cause of how cruel the skies is. Alright, back to the museum. Gotta figure out that jump for Nostalgic Rune. Hoi. Hoi. It's the only roadblock now. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright. Yeah, this is probably going to be the area that slows us down the most. And yes, don't forget about your Prime. Don't forget to use your Prime for those Bezos bucks. Just gotta not fail that one portal screen again. Yeah, now that we know, it takes us back to the beginning of Nostalgic Room. Now that we know, the only screen in the entire area that puts you below the portal area. And I can just walk off like this. And not have to do the dinosaur jump. Here we go. Alright. So, what else is new? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Yeah, I thought for a second about splitting the middle, but probably impossible to do that. That, or it requires a very specific jump. In which case, it's better to just go outside the museum and then come back. Hoi. Hoi. Let's see. Hard to believe it only took me less than, like, what, 2 hours to clear? Yeah, only 2 hours to clear the museum. But then it took me another 6 hours to clear the skies. And then another 3 hours to clear Nostalgic Rune. And now 3 hours since we've fallen down the portal area and haven't been able to get back up since. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Are you fucking kidding me? Skies are such a pain in the ass. At least I know how to do that jump. And I've been able to make it pretty much every single time. Back in the museum. Hoi. Hoi. Who painted the Mona Lisa? It was Leonardo da Vinci. All right. Alright, we just passed the 4-hour mark of the stream. What other Tom lore can we think of? What? What? Yeah, we do need to get to the smoking hot babe at the top. Technically PB today regardless. That's true. Alright, come on, baby. Hoi. Yeah, if only we knew. If only we knew. That fall in the portal area was gonna take us down the nostalgic rune. I would have been a little more careful, but I can assure you I'll be careful the second time around. Here we go. It's looking like between 20 and 25 hours to complete this. Let's see. That also depends on how quickly we can get back to the portal area. And if we can get past it without fucking it up. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright. I hate that recovery jump. I fucking hate that recovery jump. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Come on. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness. Alright. And I think we are going to take a pit stop right here. Catch our breath a little bit. So, you know the drill. Go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back to you guys in just a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and I will see you on the other side after these messages. You have an idea? What's that? I already just started the ad. But that's okay. Check your last spot to see what your jump power was to make that jump in Nostalgic Rune. Alright. We'll do that after this commercial break, so BRB. Yeah. All right. All right, let's get back up to that stinking jump. Oh. Of course, troll face every time you land on your face. Don't you love to see that? Nope. Certainly help to not keep playing Russian roulette with these jumps. Alright. Well, I'll get back to that jump. And then we'll see. We'll see what we're missing right there. Alright. This isn't the dangerous jump. This is the dangerous jump. Alright. So I am pretty sure that I stood right here and jumped with a height of just under the bonk. Right in this position. So let's see if that is actually what we are looking for. Let's see. Oh, wrong one. Let's see. Okay, right here. Okay. Let's put it to half speed. All right, so right there. All right, here's the dangerous jump. We're just trying to... Okay, right here. Let's pay attention. Okay, you might have seen it right there, but let's... I guess we're gonna have to put it to super slow motion. And then again, this is just the practice jump. So I'm pretty sure this is what I had done before. Yeah, just under the bonk. Okay, and it appears as though I barely made that. So if you're gonna stand back, maybe just do right at bonk height. That's kind of what I was figuring, you know. But alright, there we go. That worked. And I can just full jump left. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, it's just a matter of figuring out the Babe of the Realms screen. And yes, that is Babe of the Realms. The one above Immortal Babe. Why'd I think that was gonna work? Alright, here we go. Alright, it's fine. Remember, that's not a full bonk. That's not a full bounce. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Yeah, falling down the left side is scary. Fuck, man. Fuck. God, I hate that jump. I mean, that right side. That's the curse of the dinosaur right there. Hoi. All right. Here we go. Alright, lovely jubbly. Alright, back here. And the good news is we know what power we're looking for. We know precisely what height we're looking for. Alright, here we go. Could have been worse. Alright, here we go. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that follow button. Check out my socials, join the club, so you don't miss a stream and end up falling flat on your face like that. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. Hoi. Hoi. Yeah, that screen is pretty dangerous right there. The one below me. Now 2 screens below me. That is Event Horizon. Alright, here we go. All right. All right, here comes the dangerous jump. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Come on, baby. Somehow that worked. That would have been a very dumb fall if I missed that. That was convenient timing, wasn't it? Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. That's it. That's it. All right. Back to Event Horizon. Not. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. That jump right there is a pain in the ass as well. Virtually any jump can be a pain in the ass, just depends on which one is more of a pain in the ass. Hoi. Oh. here we go. Alright, the question of the day has changed now that it's after midnight. If you could instantly master one skill, what would it be? Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright. Gotta get back. Gotta get back to the future. Back to the future. Alright, here we go. I remember this screen. Alright, back to this jump. And I overshot it. That jump right there is probably going to give us the most grief. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, let's... There you go. That's how you measure height. Alright. Back over here. So yeah, I'm just gonna trust this spot right there. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's how I did it before. And then remember, it's jump right, not necessarily bounce right. And I fucked it up. Okay. Hoi. Oh no. Are you... I hate that jump, man. I fucking hate that jump. We were so close. So close, man. So close. Why the fuck did I do that? Why the fuck did I do that? Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright. Let's see, what other lore can we think of? And I can just do that and not have to deal with doing the dinosaur jump again. Here we go. All right. We can do this. We know we can do it. All right, here we go. All right. Alright. Come on, baby. Alright. Back to the nostalgic rune. Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright, here we go. What are the odds of making that jump? Yeah, it appears as though that's a really tight jump. Alright, here we go. Okay, keep overshooting it. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, here we go. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure you go check out my socials, join the club. And hit that follow button if you haven't done so already so you don't miss a stream. Alright, here we go. Alright. I remember this jump. Bit more, but not too much more. And then remember, yep. Okay, where are we going? Full jump left. Alright, now we just gotta make this babe jump. Alright, thank goodness. We are back to the Aperture Laboratories. After, what? 4.5 hours? Let's see, is this... Yep, that's solid. So yeah, this is the portal area. This is the very first room of Portal 2, it looks like. And then you have... And then you have the... behind the scenes building operation of the facility. But yeah, you have a turret there. Don't mess up the fourth screen. Everywhere else in the portal area is safe. Except there's a spot where you gotta be careful, and that's right in there. Okay, how did I do this before? Let's see. Oh, yeah, right. And then we can just full bounce right. Alright. You have a screen there and some security cameras. Hoi. Hoi. And then this is the spot where you gotta be careful. Let's not fuck this up. Because if you fuck this up, you're going back to the nostalgic room. I wonder if I bonked my head on the upside down pointy slope thing. It can't be too much height, because then I'll bounce off of this. Yeah, just under the spike. Alright, here we go. Hoi. And then we could just walk there. Alright, this is where the stakes are really high. But if we can get past it... Alright. Part of it is just trusting the height here. Alright. And then I should be able to full jump left. Alright. Oh. And full jump right there. Yep. And there's this part where you can fall back in and have to do that part all over again. That's one way to get the bird. All right. Okay, I'm not sure. Don't touch the beam. Yeah, I see this thing right here, and in Portal 2, rather, it guides you forward, and I guess that implies wind. So, let's see. Let's see, I don't want to fall there. Alright, that works. And then rather than risk it and try and go through there, I think I can just... Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking. And I just gotta make this tricky jump. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. And now into the portals. Hoi! So yeah, if you don't know in Portal, you go through a blue portal, come out in orange. And the other way around, but it looks like here you can't really do that. Hoi! 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 Ooh. There's a cake in there, looks like. Yep, there's the cake. And I guess I'm supposed to fall down here. Like that. Okay, that's fine. I can appreciate that one bit. Hoi. 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 It's weird how there isn't even an orange portal there. It just takes you above. Oh, that was close. Alright, here we can actually take our time, now that we're in the portal area. Hoi. 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 Yeah, look at this. There isn't even a portal in there. So that is a minor design mistake. If you want to say that. All right. Yeah, overall, really cool area. Hoi. 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 Has anyone ever messed up those jumpy jumps there? Hoi. 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 Looks like I have to come back around for the bird. Oh, I guess I can... Okay. Yeah, these are like... Yeah, those are like shields or something. What are they called in... There's another version of Portal, Portal the Flash version, which has laser beams. There's a few elements to that. But there's even a mod for it in the for Portal 1. Okay. Alright. Ooh! Interesting. Looks like we're... Alright, I see what you're doing here. Guess we're seeing what the inside of a portal is really like. At least this part is safe. Let's see, how did I do this before? Did I? Nope. At least there's no penalty for this one. Okay. I guess if I stand a little closer to the left... How do you get in there? That requires a very specific position jump. Let's see, what about here? Appears as though it's like 1 pixel. bonking won't work. Gotta jump to it. Trying to do this in 2 dimensions. Okay, I got another idea. Okay, I think I have the right idea. Alright, oop. Alright, here we go. Nope. Alright, there we go. And luckily though, this is solid. Okay. Alright. Thank goodness. $8A. Alright, well, we are running low on the ad clock, so we are going to have to take a social media pit stop, but we'll make this a quick social media pit stop. So you're not going to miss anything. So go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. So please stay tuned. You're really close to the end of the portal area. I know, but I got like 1 minute left on the ad clock, so yeah. Alright, BRB. And this will be a quickie break. Alright, guys. So, let's take a look at the leaderboard. check out the leaderboard here real quick. See how everybody's doing. This is the leaderboard right now. Adrenaline Dragon already up to 8,100 chips. Gold Knight X has been lurking in here up to 7,300. Let's see. B's been in here. Looks like Duck Boxing as well. Sparks, Code. Sarah's been in here occasionally lurking. But that's the top 25. And just a reminder, if when we beat Back to the Babe and CCLP5, we'll have an announcement for that as well. You have an opportunity to choose what I play next for a minimum of 1 stream. So don't forget about that. Of course, if you're subbed, you're hearing this right now. If you're watching the VOD at this point, you're hearing this right now. But anyway, enjoy those chips. You get chips when you sit through ad breaks. Not ideal, but lemmings, please. Okay. This appears to be a tricky jump. Because if you fall through that, you end up down here. And it's a one-way ticket. Of course, I could test that out, but I'm not going to. Hut. 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 Only one screen of the portal area is dangerous. Hoi. Oh. Hoi. 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 Yeah, it's the one that can send you back down into the nostalgic rune. Hoi. 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 All right. You know the drill. Go through the portal. Yeah, really cool area. I like it a lot. here we go. And at least we know this is solid. Alright, that's the second time we've failed that jump. Well, I fucked up. All right. Yep, of course we gotta do the dangerous screen again. Yep. You have the little turret tubes, you have... You have the facility in the background. You have the first room of Portal 2. You have these little security cameras. You have one of the testing chambers. Hoi. You even have a you even have a screen right there. Hoi. And now we get to the dangerous screen. So let's be careful not to fuck this up. Hoi. Hoi. Okay, I should remember for that jump, I can probably stand back a little bit. And then here I can just fall like that. All right, thank goodness. All right, there we go. You have more of the facility. And then you have the high energy beams that glide you. Hoi. And then you have the force fields. I think that's what they're called. Hoi. Hoi. And then you have the portals. Hoi. Hoi. You have the cake. Hoi. 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 And yeah, that's right. If you haven't already, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. I fucked up. I should really be careful with that jump. It would be helpful if I can not play Russian roulette with that jump. With that screen, rather. The dangerous screen. That's also another way to get up there. Wonder if this is low gravity or if it's just an illusion. Probably just an illusion. That's a neat way you can... I wonder. No, probably not enough momentum. Alright. Hoi! 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 I fucked up. Well, at least we made good progress. Hoi. Yeah, just gotta remember the high energy beam. Not to get sucked into it. Alright, this is... Oh. Yeah, this jump not as dangerous. This jump can be dangerous if you're unlucky. I undershot. Alright. Luckily though, we landed there. Here we go. Undershot it again. Oh. At least I've gotten better at the ice hop technique. Yeah, it's just a matter of being able to do it under pressure. Alright, here we go. Alright, a little bit more. All right. Hoi. thank goodness. Alright, here we go. I got an idea. I wonder if I can stand right here and full jump. Okay, theoretically it should be possible, right? It just requires specific position. About right here. Yeah, there you go. So you stand towards the left of the platform, not on the edge. A full jump can work. I don't know why I did that, because I'm a fucking idiot. And remember, it's right about here. Alright, thank goodness. Back to the realm screen. Alright, here we go. At least I haven't fucked up the babe screen. Alright, back to the Aperture Laboratories. My favorite area, my favorite game. Hoi. I did it again. At least we're getting the muscle memory down. Got that right. All right. Alright, thank goodness. Back in here. Alright. Okay, let's see. All right, back to the portal area. This is still my favorite area of the map. Simply because it resembles Portal. Hoi. This jump has fucked us up more times than you can count. Alright. Hoi. Remember, I can walk off. At least the rest of the jumps are pretty straightforward. Yeah, this jump you gotta be careful. Hoi. 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 Man, I really don't want to keep playing Russian roulette with that jump. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, don't get sucked into the high energy vacuum. Hoi. 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 here we go. Hoi. 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 All right, thank goodness. Inside the portal. I like this neat little gimmick here. You get to see what's inside the portal. Except, wouldn't a portal be instantaneous? All right, we're through. Okay, we've missed the last couple jumps here at this spot. So I think, aha. No, I just needed a little bit more. Hoi. 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 At least I don't have a problem here. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, back in here. Alright, here we go. I fucked up. Thought about jumping to the second one. Hoi. Okay. Hoi. Yeah, that might be an idea. Hoi. 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 I fucked up. Of course, not a good feeling when you fumble up the controls. Just be at the far left side of the platform to give you more leeway. Hoi. All right. This jump right here. All right, guys, sorry about that. All right. Okay. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. We're out of the dangerous screen. Yeah, the first jump of that screen is the most dangerous. Hoi. 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 Alright. Yeah, sorry about the ads there. It's alright. And don't forget about today's question of the day. If you could instantly master one skill, what would it be? Alright, back inside the portal. Alright, we're back here. Wonder if a full will work. Or it might be a little too much. Okay. I think we know it is a full from that point. Hoi. Hoi. All right. Hoi. Yeah, that's the scariest jump. The first jump right there. All the other jumps in here, not so bad. Hoi. 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 That's all right. Hoi. 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 All right, here we go. All right, back inside the portal. Yeah, it is a full. It is a full. Well, look at that. We got Wheatley. Or no, that's the one of the cores. I need to go to space. Space! Alright. Full left here should work. Yeah, Wheatley is the blue core. Except isn't really a core. Did you also know that the actor for Wheatley is also British? Okay, we can just do that. And remember, we can full jump left. I love space. I love space. Space, 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 space. All right, here we go. All right, jumped on top of Wheatley. More vacuums. Okay. I guess I can just get this bird like that. Okay, well, we got the bird, but now we're back down here. And I think we can see the end of the area in front of us. Hoi. 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 Back inside the portal. Yeah, we saw the end. Yeah, we could smell the next area in front of us. It's a pretty long area. Well, it's a good long area. It's a good long area. At least I know I can do that full jump trick. Which way is space? Alright, here we go. All right. I think I can... Okay, that's not quite a full jump. I need to go to space. Space! Oh. Could have been worse. Alright. Alright, here we go. Hoi! 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 Okay. Hoi. 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 Ah, I fucked it up. We could smell the next area in front of us. See, what is it now? 5 hours to get past Aperture Laboratories? But then again, most of that time was spent trying to get back to this point. Hoi. Yeah, these jumps aren't so bad, but you could still fuck it up if you're not careful. Hoi. 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 That's right, gotta think with jumps. Yeah, that's right. Now we're thinking with jumps. Alright, back inside the portal. Alright, here we go. That's alright. Let's not fail this jump stupidly. Alright, here we go. All right. Yeah, so this is not quite a full. Yeah, for reference, full jump is gonna take you about right there. Alright, here we go. Next screen is still aperture. Okay. Alright. That's a lobster. The lobster jump scare. Not that one. Of course it wouldn't be that one. Hope you can ice cancel. Okay, well, I undershot that. And I think the recovery... Oh man, that is brutal. Hoi. 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 Okay. Hoi. 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 Still better than undershooting that. Hoi. 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 All right, come on, baby. Yeah, it is a pretty long area, but it's still my favorite area. And it's Portal. You know who else needs to play Portal? Is Sarah Serene. Yeah, Serene, if you're watching this by chance, you need to play Portal. Oh, okay. Alright, here we go. I need to go to space. Space. I love space. I love space. I love space. Space, 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 space. Alright, so... Alright, so we know if full is too much. Alright, here we go. Alright. Now we gotta figure out how to make this jump. I think I know what the height... Okay, a little bit more than that. Point. That is a brutal... Yeah, puts you all the way down here. Hoi. 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 What other Tom lore can we think of? Alright. Alright, here we go. Which way is space? Space, space. I need to go to space. Hoi. 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 Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright, working our way back. I need to go to space. Space. Alright, here we go. All right. Yeah, I know. I'm tempted to go in there, am I? Okay, no. It seems like it's a lot of power. How do you make this recovery jump? What? I think you gotta be on the very, very edge. Further back. Hoi. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, baby. I love space. I love space. I love space. Space, 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 space. Alright, here we go. And I fucked up, okay. At least that one doesn't take you as far. And this ain't so bad. Which way is space? Space. What? Alright, here we go. I need to go to space. Space. Alright, here we go. All right. Oh, is that a... Wonder if I can still go in there. I can still go in there. Hope that got everybody's attention. All right, let's lock in. Lock in, baby. Perfect. Hoi. Yeah, that is exactly how you do it. All right, we got the Northern Ridge. And let's get the bird. And luckily, though, this is a safe spot. All right, we'll mark that as 1851. And that is also going to be it for tonight. Let's see, 1851, Area 7, the Northern Ridge. I'm also going to... my one exploding pineapple is how many more areas after this? I think there's like 2 more. There could be 1. But we're getting pretty close to the end of the map. So it's certainly possible we could beat it the next stream. That's right, you won the prediction. And so did Gold Knight X. Yeah, there's probably like 2 more areas after this. Maybe 1. But yeah. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna do... Yeah, stay tuned this weekend, where it'll be May. And let's find ourselves a raid target. And don't forget, exclamation point join for a chance of winning 300 chips. All right, let's see. Later. Okay, I've rated them before. Okay. I think I know who I want to raid. I'm pretty sure I know who I want to raid. 8532. All right. Let me also make sure they're not ending suddenly. Last chance, exclamation point, join. All right. We are going to raid No Hero, who we've never raided before. So that is going to do it for tonight, folks. So once again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch if you haven't done so already. Check out my socials, join the club. Right now he is doing, No Hero is doing Valorant with the Codemeister, another one of our homies. I'll shout him out too, so you guys can go and follow. Here's the raid message. Grab the bottom message if you are a sub, otherwise grab the top message. We're going to send this bad boy on over. Check out the latest VODs, catch up on all latest VODs and highlights on the YouTube channel. This weekend, I anticipate potentially finishing Back to the Babe, so look out for that. And yes, I will save and exit. But until then, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, time zone, wherever the world you're watching from. Take it easy. We'll see you next time. Bye!